Hello. Welcome to the stream. It feels weird doing this on a Tuesday. Hello. As I mentioned over the weekend, I have time off this week. Because I never take leave, so I had too much saved up and management was like, hey, you need to take some leave. Before the end of the month, preferably. So I'm like, okay, I'll just take most of the last week of June off. Perfect. Done. Easy. So I figured I've missed so many streams earlier in the year because I was sick and also just tired. Not sick and tired, but literally sick and or tired. So I figured, hey, I've got time off. Why don't I do some extra streams this week? Now, I can't just stream every day because I do actually have an exam I need to take on Thursday. So tomorrow I'm probably not going to stream because I want to study for the exam. And then Thursday I'm going to be taking the exam and I figure I want to use the afternoon for other stuff because I still haven't recorded my song cover for my birthday this year and it's in less than a month, so not ideal. But yeah. But I probably will stream again on Friday, probably, maybe. I'd like to just to make up for how little I've been streaming this year. I know I already streamed like 5 times last week, if you count the weekend as last week. But hey, more streams good, right? Anyway, since the Ace Attorney Investigations collection got announced, I figured it's about time we go back to... and because we finished another code, I figured it's about time we go back to the Great Ace Attorney, because we only got to the second case and didn't even finish it. We did, I think, 3 streams, maybe 4, of the Great... Actually, I have the thumbnails made. I can look at... We did 4. We did 4 streams of the Great Ace Attorney. Is that counter accurate? Hold on. Okay, so that's probably what happened. Because I can see on my... Yeah. I got a bunch of random people following me during the heckin'... During the Holo Justice watch-alongs. And this morning while I was setting up stream, I opened up my stream manager and I see a bunch of unknown user followed you, and I'm like, what? What the hell is that? It shows up fine on my OBS, why is it unknown user? But I can see my my little widget there says 172. But if I look at my channel on Twitch Mobile, it's 167. So probably what happened is all those unknown users are people who followed and then unfollowed after they realized I'm dog shit. It's cool, it's cool. Hello Raccoon, welcome, welcome. Also, if I sound a little gross today, it's because my nose was just an absolute terror last night. Don't know what happened. It just decided, hey, I think you're sick again. Like, no, I'm not. Yes, you are. I'm okay now, mostly, but also because my nose was being dumb, I woke up at 4:30 in the morning, so... You know, not ideal. If I'm a little brain dead today, that's why. Which, you know, is great for playing a game like Ace Attorney. Nose acting up, then I'll get the Voldemort treatment. I think that was all I had to say. Let's just get into the game. Oh, by the way, I started playing this game. Oh, that's another game that I haven't finished on stream yet. When I finished another code, I was thinking like, oh, what am I gonna play next? I've got like Ace Attorney, Mega Man, Path of the Midnight Sun, and Xenoblade. I completely forgot about Genosha because it's been so fucking long since I played it. Maybe we'll bring that back during my birthday week or something. Yeah, I started playing this game at a time when my throat was starting to die, so I don't do voices for the characters in this game. I try to put the right inflection into my natural voice instead of trying to put on a voice. Also, hello Miko, welcome. I always do this. I open up chat on my phone, which is over this way. But then I always end up looking over here at OBS anyway, so what's even the point? How's the stream? We just started. We haven't even gotten into the game yet. I just rambled for a bit. Anyway, we're going to be playing Ace Attorney. But like Ace Attorney in the past, not the Ace Attorney you were playing. Okay, now, let me look at this. Where were we actually? Hi. From the cat's meat man. Okay, so we looked at the cat. I didn't mean to. Some sort of makeshift stage. I think I've already looked at this. I didn't mean to click on it. Fact unrelated, no, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. Seems cool though, yeah. It's supposed to be like, this is like Phoenix's ancestor from however many years ago. Which is neat. But also seems a little confusing when you consider the fact that the English localization makes Phoenix American and his ancestor is Japanese. Phoenix playwright. Set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? You can practice your art every single day. I don't think that's how it works. I'll think about it if you promise to don't be in and play the role of the judge. I wouldn't mind becoming his ancestor. What? What does that even mean? Huh? I don't understand. Also, we'll be eating but lurking. No worries, Miko. Hope you enjoy your food. That would help you achieve your goal. This I have to see. Okay. I'm pretty sure... Oh no, we haven't spoken to the cat a second time, I guess? Look at his... I mean... I don't know if it's confirmed that, what's-his-face, that Ryunosuke and Susato actually get together. Like, Ryunosuke is definitely Phoenix's ancestor. I don't know if Susato is. Kitty. Okay, I finished my tea before it went cold. That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai. Why are you spelling meow like that? Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. See, here's the problem. If you leave a game like this for this long, it becomes difficult to remember what you were doing last time. Do we have like... Okay, no. In the later Ace Attorney games, they put like a notes section so that you remember what it is you were up to and like what you had to do next. But I guess they didn't put that in the Great Ace Attorney. So I guess we'll just, do we have any exclamation marks anywhere to tell us to go somewhere? No. Okay. How wonderful that Miss Green is able to leave the hospital. So when poor Miss Green was struck down. Even though little was for wear, English rooms are so splendidly colourful. Are you sure we've asked? Okay. So we should go back and see Mr. Natsume. Presumably, we need to present something? Maybe? Hey, do you know this? Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but... it's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland. What? Oh, fun fact. I don't know if I've mentioned this previously. I think I only learned about it in between now and the last time I played the Great Ace Attorney. So I've mentioned before that Mr. Soseki Natsume here, he was a real person who was in Britain around this time. He was there on like an exchange trip or something. Cultural exchange or something. So Capcom asked the estate of Mr. Soseki Natsume whether they could have permission to put him in the game, since he would be in Britain at around this time. They said that they told him, yep, you can put him in, you can do whatever you want with him, as long as you make it clear how much he hated his time in Britain. And I just thought that was funny. So, as a result, Mr. Natsume features prominently in the games and is constantly complaining about Britain. It's great. Based on a true story. God damn, I saw that and I just, in my head, I thought about that one thumbnail. It's like, based on a gay manga? I'm pretty sure this guy is like the only one who's based on a real person. Like, there's a bunch of characters in here that are based on like Sherlock Holmes characters, but Mr. Natsume is the only like real person to show up in Ace Attorney. You're too kind. I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. I guess I'm just going to present everything, see if he reacts to any of it. Oh. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer. And the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. Hold on. Let me actually check it myself. Newspaper article about Selden, a criminal sentenced to receive the death penalty. However, he died of illness in prison whilst his loot remained undiscovered. Manchester's Strange Ways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Lord, peace! What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another! A miserable, mustached, much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Oh, there we go. Capital offender Selden. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. And at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In my very room. Oh my. Your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse! What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death, a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. A man who rented it after Selden. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. I still reckon it's gas poisoning. Like there's a gas leak somewhere, and it caused him to suffocate. Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. The convict's curse. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. Gas leak. It's gonna be real funny if we get to the end of it and I've been wrong this entire time. Because ever since this case started and they mentioned these gas heaters, I was saying gas leak. It's a gas leak. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. I should have just read. It was right there on the screen. Gas leak. Too much Taco Bell and no ventilation. Gas. I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garadeb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal! Man, even in the olden days, landlords were still garbage. Lucky for Mr. Garadeb, maybe. Not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. Now you believe this curse is affecting you? It is! At first. I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, did you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice. Gas leak. The gas is leaking and not getting to the heater. But why is the room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. It's a fucking gas leak. Are we not familiar with gas leaks in this time? Side note, I am already starting to miss games with proper voice acting. Because now when I need to, like, mute in order to cough or blow my nose or something, the game just grinds to a halt because I'm the one reading out all the dialogue. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garadeb's rooms? Gas leaks. I'm probably getting very annoying, constantly mentioning gas leak. But, like, come on. Let's go visit Mr. Garrett and talk to him about the gas leak. They're probably starting to learn about them. You're here now, Mr. Garradab. By the way, Mr. Garradab, his name isn't a pun. It's just a Sherlock Holmes reference. Honestly, I feel like for the most part, the great Ace Attorney games are kind of a view of what it would be like if Ace Attorney wasn't properly localized. Because in regular Ace Attorney, like, every name is a pun, and aside from, like, a few characters that are less obvious, most of the puns hit you in the face with how silly they are. In this game, there are so many characters who I just didn't get the pun of, and so then I look it up, and it's not a pun, it's just a Sherlock Holmes reference. And it's like, oh, okay. Cool. So Mr. Garradab and his wife, Mrs. Garradab, they're named after some Sherlock Holmes character or something. I don't heckin' know. I'm looking forward to seeing what the new names of all the Ace Attorney Investigations 2 characters are going to be. Because we've already got some bangers and some that people are very upset about. The winner. Anyway. Right bally business for me it is, you know, getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally. Fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the place has caused quite the stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such... Ah. Well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you? Don't you know? What the fuck is... When did Sherlock Holmes get here? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. I see. Fade to black so they can remove his chair from the scene. So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? You don't often see him front on. Normally he's in his chair. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here. Then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street. Not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspeare, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace. A fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But You do look out for your tenants, don't you? He's a landlord, what do you think? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas house lamps up here. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips. What about your lodgers? Some fishy fellows from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? You just said that. For a second I was like, did I click on the right one? I say click, I'm playing this on the Switch, so I'm using a control of, but you know. There's no need for that, Mr. Garadeb. That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? That's right. I asked the... hold on. Sorry. I just looked over to check if I dropped any more frames, because I did drop a couple frames like during the loading screen, during the starting soon screen, but it seems we've been okay so far. Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never came across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspeare been lodging under your roof? The failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. I'm quite sure of it. Only 3 months? He's quite new here too, then. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garadeb, if I might ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Rent is so much cheaper if someone died at the place. Do Selden and Shamspeare have some kind of connection, then? That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Here I was saying I'm not doing voices for this game, and now I'm finding myself doing like a half voice for Mr. Garadeb because I need to take his accent into account. I know all of the characters should have like British accents besides Susato and Ryunosuke, but for Mr. Garadeb, he's deliberately using a bunch of slang, so I feel like I need to emphasize it. That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink three months ago now, you see. Some malady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the Oh, so like instead of comedian, tragedian. That can't be a real word, right? I've never heard that before. Anyway, well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. 'Tis small this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent. Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground room's vacant, though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. The ground room or nothing. I'm guessing that, Selden probably hid his stolen goods in the middle room, and Shamspeare knows about it. So he tried to get the middle room in order to get the stolen stuff, but he hasn't been able to because the middle room just keeps getting rented out. Very well, we have an accord. Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road. Lo, a Shamspeare dance to celebrate. Behold my Shamspeare dance. Oh, that was something. I've been watching so while Shamspeare dances over here, I've been watching this YouTube channel. It's just like a group of friends who like they do these little quizzes with each other where one of them like knows about a particular series and the others don't. So they just like do quiz like, hey, can you guess what this Digimon's name is? Or can you guess what this Mega Man Robot Master's name is? Etc. I was at some point thinking like, oh, what if I did that with like Ace Attorney characters or something? And I just got some of my friends who don't play Ace Attorney on to see if they can guess the real name. Shamspeare, like, because I haven't fully played through Ace Attorney 2 yet, Great Ace Attorney 2 yet, Shamspeare was going to be my Great Ace Attorney 2 character for that. And I don't think I'm actually going to do it, so I'm okay to reveal this. The fake names, it was going to be like, is he William Fakespeare? William Shamspeare? Shilliam Wakespeare? Or Will I Was Shookspeared? Just heckin' very silly. Thing is, coming up with fake names is harder than you think, because I'm not good at naming things at the best of times. And Ace Attorney names are like so well crafted that it's difficult to come up with something on the same level. Anyway, now if I decide to actually do it, I'll have to choose someone other than Mr. Shamspeare, because I've gone and revealed that. Or I can use that as like the example question to show like how the quiz will go. Anyway. They're magnificent pun names for real, yeah. From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in... Oh, and he was 3 months in arrears with rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garadeb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning on the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then? Okay. Do we want to present? Mr. Garadeb, can I show you this? Been quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. Haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you. Some other time, then. That's a mood. How about this, then? Mr. Garadeb, can I ask you to take a look at this photo? Look at this photograph! Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. I wonder if that's a pun or whether it's a silly a heckin' Shakespeare reference. Sherlock Holmes reference. Why did that take me multiple tries to remember when I just, like, ranted about it, like, 10 minutes ago? Okay, Mr. Duncan Ross. Duncan Ross. A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really. Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. Oh, damn. Here I was thinking, like, that was going to be like a... I remember last time I played, I was thinking, like, oh, maybe that's what Shamspeare looked like before he got addicted to Shakespeare. And, like, maybe Miss Green, like, knew him before all that and something. And, like, it was going to turn out, oh, this is actually him or something. Nope. Dude's dead. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Hey, there we go. Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor about a year ago, after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well, anyway. It was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. Sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was. Ah, yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officers kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside it, we all bally collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. Okay, so they're now trying to say, oh, it was a gas leak, but he's had them replaced. But I'm guessing the replacement pipes are going to be garbage as well. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the bally curse. The convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. Maybe we should go look at those pipes. Oh, that reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. A love letter, you mean? Yes. Where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left on my desk. If you'll excuse me... Let me see now, what does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Miss Usato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no. Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I've no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing, however... There is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. It's Miss Green, isn't it? I can tell. They're both artists. Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colourful darling, Olive Green. Now that's a pun name. I actually have a character with a name very similar to that. Her name's Olive Evergreen. Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago? The victim of the last case Saseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday? Is it just a chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Susato. I knew someone with the name Green. Ha 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 ha! Okay, so presumably we now have to go to the hospital and go see Miss Green. St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully before she leaves... Ah! What is it? Miss Green. What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. Oh, one moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Well now. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed me, that's all. Well, we were just hoping to have another quick chat with you if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if I can't coax something out of her. So, converse first, I'm guessing? And then we present the thingamajig. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Since people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering around and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Okay, so we just present the thing. I mean, this button. Miss Green, we're hoping to ask you about someone called Green-Handed. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh no, her medicine! Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? Oh no. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the start of arts. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. We're not going to pick up the bottle? And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room, to save money for the wedding. And that's what led him to Mr. Garadab's? Yes. He told me he'd found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green, she looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! I don't know who that is. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely you are not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What, Mr. Shams? I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Shams, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That's what sets a great detective apart. I think you should have a word with Detective Pikachu. Oh God, look. Y'all see that? The rat's dead. It ate the poison. I mean the medicine. I have a feeling she was trying to commit, shall we say. So I'm guessing she was actually drinking poison and not medicine. And the rat has now exposed that. What do you mean? There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. Examine. Oh no, Mr. Rat. That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think... Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Either that or the medicine is helpful for humans and harmful for rats, but, you know, what are the chances of that? Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out on the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry, I will attend to the mouse presently. I think there are more pressing concerns than the mouse. Miss Green, were you intended to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison. No! Miss Green, please. Please talk to us. Is her... couldn't tell whether her like cheek was clipping into her clothes or not, or whether it was just the angle that made it look weird. Oh damn, they're straight up just saying it, huh? Phoenix Wright, despite how silly it is a game intended for mature audiences. What is the game rated actually? Great is the 30 Chronicles. Where can I look this up? This one. I know this is a side tangent, but shut up. Yes, in Australia at least, it is rated M for mature themes and violence. So keep that in mind. We are getting into some heavy topics right now. 10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Rated O for objection. Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. Why does the hospital have poison? It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Or maybe it's just rat poison to get rid of the rats in the hospital. If you can hear that in the background, they're doing like garden work outside my window. Oh no, oh it's not my fault, what have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objections? No, none. So do we just go back to the Shams's office to see what the bottle actually contained? The answer is no. Okay. We have not asked everything we need to. And there's nothing more in converse. Oh, we can check the note. Nothing of particular note. There is, in fact, something of particular note. You know, Ace Attorney really is the perfect game for me with how stupid some of my jokes are. It definitely feels as though this card must have been relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand, in what could only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. Okay, so now we can talk to Miss Green, and it'll be here. Okay. Wait a second. I recognize the corner of that envelope. Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road 5 PM on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road being the street that Mr. Garadeb's house is on. Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green, please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now, anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. We don't get the letter, but, like, we have the corner of the envelope. But we need that letter. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trial for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeare, Mr. Garadeb's lodgings, the convict Selden. There are many facets in this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not? Oh, right. Because he was poisoned with strychnine. So for him, it wasn't a gas leak. For Mr. Natsume, it's definitely a gas leak. I mean, probably. Unless Mr. Shamspeare is somehow managing to remotely turn off the stove or something to forcefully suffocate whoever's living in there so that he can get to Selden's stash. I'm thinking too far ahead. I should just take it as it comes. Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Baroque van Zieks. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. So we really don't get the letter Even though it's very clearly related. That's interesting. Maybe Miss Green will come bring it to us before the trial or something? London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up walls, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here, and so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn, for all of us. And then the trial segment will presumably be the end of the case, because going by Ace Attorney, like, in-universe rules, trials have to end in 3 days. But ever since the first game, all trials have ended in 2 days instead, because I think people felt like it dragged on too long when there were, like, 3-day cases. Sure, I'll save it in a separate slot. Trial time! 23rd February, 9:23 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, I almost forgot. Are we still in, like, the gap of the Ace Attorney timeline? Let me check. Okay, skip past all of the great Ace Attorney stuff. Fucking fandom is a garbage website. We are 2024. Fucking ads just popping up all over the place. Okay, yes. We are currently in the gap between the original Ace Attorney trilogy and the Apollo Justice trilogy. Right in tournament. Yeah. So the next event that happens. Okay, so going by the Ace Attorney timeline, Phoenix Wright is probably currently in Europe, meeting Athena Sykes. And the next event to happen will be the start of next year, where Guy Eldoon takes over his father's noodle stand. And the next actual game, like, in-game event that you actually see happen doesn't happen until 2026. I'll never understand any game's timeline. The only reason it works for Ace Attorney is because there's a certain event in, like, the first game where they give a very specific, like, date and year. And then because we get dates for all the following cases, even though we don't get years, we're able to judge exactly when all of these cases happen. Which is pretty neat. Anyway, it's still going to be like 2 years before we enter the events of another Ace Attorney game. The original trilogy has all already happened. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that's been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mr. Sato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! Ah, good morning to you, too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Listen to you two chatting away as happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Apologies if that was peaking the mic. Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different today somehow. Other way around. Why, naturally, that's because I have attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discovering one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example. Oh yes, there it is, inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandon me and return to our beautiful long-lost homeland. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh, what sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright. It would seem Mr. Shams isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win in this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away! If you ask me. Bailiff, defendant, and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Why does only one of them have a mustache? Today again we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client, and keep fighting to the very end, that's all. February 23rd, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. Bam. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words. I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could just adjust my hat for me. And please be as ruthless as you like. Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I've no sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Seeks, what can you tell us? Please ignore the yard work going on outside. The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the results. Very cool of him to just drink wine in the court. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to savour a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. This is Inspector Gregson. He is also a Sherlock Holmes reference. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. He's totally Dracula. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analysed it, and yes, you're right. It was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all? In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation! As I expected. As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Seki Natsume, is blameless here. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true, no poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? I think we're equating very different scales here. My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise words from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shamspeare? Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand. Here he is, with that shit-eating grin. Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime. O heaven, O hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten. Keep all that about the ice coins in a tiny secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once. And let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed. By dint of vile and cowardly means, I have plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me. My man is very animated. But there was no poison found in the tea in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspeare? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well, the witness will testify and explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. That fucking face. The tea inconsistency. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, did I use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the moulds of soap. Didn't, like, Mr. Not, it's, I don't remember if Mr. Natsume said it or if Ryunosuke said it, but it's like, there's nothing better than hot tea. Drink it while it's hot. Do we have that in the court record? So can have receipts, nearby street map, bar of soap, pair of teacups. There is no tea ring inside Mr. Natsume's cup, which indicates that he drank it fast, because otherwise a ring would have formed while it was sitting there. Just make sure. Yeah. Okay, I know what to do. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite, otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. Experience. I mean, he is a lawyer. He's probably prosecuted a bunch of poisoning cases. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. Yeah, I knew that. By now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspeare, be a common thief of gas. But listen here, ladies and gentlemen. He just straightens out his staff. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Actually, I'm guessing what's happened is he has framed Mr. Natsume for killing him so that he can get Mr. Natsume thrown in jail or given him the death sentence so that he could get to the room that Selden was in so that he could get Selden's stash. I figured it out. Putting the guarantee on it. Well, I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. The T inconsistency. Okay, not that. Not that. Present. Are you sure about that? Professional. You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Chop logic. What is this, ye dark, ye dark-clad fiend? The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look inside the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in a cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right! It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? I'm moving my hand about even though you can't heckin' see it. Maybe I need like a 3D model with like hand tracking and shit. Probably not actually. That'd be too complicated. Probably too expensive as well. Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted, "Drink tea while it's hot." With preset Ace Attorney hand gestures. That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea... Who needs face toggles anyway? A ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well, after the several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspeare, you clearly lied to the court. Get the nunnery.
Objection.
As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intend until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspeare. Yes, my liege? Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from leftover tea in the accused's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Eh? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Objection, leading statement. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. Brothers Chester. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked 'twas empty. Thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest. And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that? People's memory are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. And the evidence is in my favor. Need I remind you, we did not find any poison. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoilt cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. The facts? Bro, we just proved that he was fucking lying. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. Except it fucking does. Only this is Ace Attorney, so, you know, the defense has an uphill battle. I have learned that, admittedly, I don't know much about Japanese, the Japanese legal system, but I have learned that it's potentially easier to prove someone innocent in an American court in real life, because you just need to prove that there's reasonable doubt. You don't need to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are innocent. You just need to show that there is doubt in whether or not they are actually the culprit or not. But because this is Ace Attorney, we need to stack the odds against the defendant. The defense. No! What does this mean then? I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favourites. A broth as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf as wouldst be called salad. An insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served. Words. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked gas thief, but I pray ye wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspeare doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! Oh, it's him. If I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman? I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know the waif there was just making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path, that's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim here has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't just yet! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Well... I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy day! How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well, the court upholds the defense's right. Typical, my learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, it is. Gas doesn't come free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Although, the last guy is the only one that said anything relevant. Everyone's just voicing random opinions. I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind. No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. Mr. Shamspeare was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Let's summate some examinates. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Okay, so I don't know what we're supposed to pit yet, so I will press all the statements for now. See if we can extract some more information. All the evidence, you say? That's right. There's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big moustache. Right. I think it'll... If I remember right, it should indicate when someone else has something to say. Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. If only we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry, the summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. This isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas, madam. But really, think of the injustice. What the hell? Hold on, one sec. My doorbell rang. They have the wrong house. I'm guessing they were probably wanting the apartment building next to me. Happens all the time. It has happened multiple times with my groceries getting delivered to the wrong place. But nowadays I put in my grocery instructions, my apartment building is the one on the left when you come into the driveway. So go to that one. But anyway, why should Altamont gas cost money? Just making sure Miss Altamont is okay. It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here. Ah, yes, madame. It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. That unkempt moustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas, utterly unforgivable. But no, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes. Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas. That stuff explodes and can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is. Can we please talk about the poison rather than the gas? Do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time. You'd take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Ah! You're right. I hadn't considered that at all. Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Wait a second, I think I might have an idea. Because this guy's like, if nothing else past his lips, there's no other explanation. But then this guy's like, hey, gas can poison you. I'll press everyone else first. But, I think I know what I want to pit first after I press everyone. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madame. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madame? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite was that what I was expecting. We generate and deliver it to our customers fair and square. We generate gas and deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody has questioned that, madame. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. They make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes, and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours, without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally? What a brazen form of theft! When we visit our customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks. Oh, hello. That is a wide-ass mouth. Excuse me. Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh, golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself... I really did catch him off guard there. Think about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see? Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. You know what he did? I'm, afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows. It was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Ah. I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your customer company flicker, you could know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. The reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights... it's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. Who was it, the big bad wolf? The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. So that's what Shamspeare's doing. He's trying to put out the lamps, put out the stove in the room upstairs to kill whoever's there so that he can get to Selden's stash. And then when gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that try to fiddle us, or whatever. What did she say? Diddle. Okay, so she did say diddle. Like I said, ma'am, it's widely known already. Very well, juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Blow too hard in a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble. So I'm going to press the last 2, but I think I pit that against this. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times.
Hold it!
You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It happened a tidy few times now. This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this one where I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face, and she slips some white powder in my cup. And you drink it anyway? I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god awful, believe you me. Salty as hell. She put salt in his cup. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. No! So she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Let's move on, please. She was feeling salty, yeah. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Does that mean if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you'd change your leaning? Sorry, what's that now? Oh, I was just saying if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night. What's the matter with you? Sorry? I said if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all? I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all, it would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose. The trouble is, he has selective hearing? Exactly, but still, this juror may well be the key to the breakthrough we so desperately need. This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamspeare was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way, and not via Mr. Natsume's tea. Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Mr. Naruhodo, I do wonder if there's perhaps something you might have forgotten. Is strychnine found in gas, maybe? Because I still think gas leak. But where does the strychnine come into it? Oh, like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says, which we did. If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course. Once again, Saseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. I probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to offer, so perhaps I ought to let Sasanta-san remind me. Then again, no need, I already did it. Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital that we start trying to change these jurors' minds as soon as possible. Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide you would like your memory refreshed, you need only ask, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. And you pit against you.
Objection.
The music stopped. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. I love how you can always tell that you got it right because the music stops. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Eh? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. He's walking. Walking hype, let's go. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. Hold it. What a piece of work is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord. Are they tasty then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him. For shame, madam, speak in thy fancy. I assure you I am not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection.
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips on the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say. He really got out a second chalice, filled it with wine, solely so that he could throw it at the lamp again.
Objection.
Not a single sip. It's true I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. The skin print from last time. Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of his gas lamp. Where is it? Handprints on the wall. Traces of handprints on the wall discovered using the skin print seeker gun. There are multiple prints on either side of a hanging picture.
Take that.
What the? These are... oh wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, counsel? I've never heard such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence to the court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, ain't it? Isn't it?
Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's the great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here. Around the hanging picture there. Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder. Could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, Imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... Ah! I don't believe it! The gas lamp! Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right, what have you been up to, you nut? I'd asked the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall jury number 3's statement... What, me now? Then when the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights and the gas stove to go out and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is... if Mr. Shamspeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to... Let me guess, he's gonna immediately throw it. Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints, clearly that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique, developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. But... please, my lord. Why did I suddenly give her an American accent? I'm getting too into giving all the characters voices now. Please, my lord, if I may. Miss Usato? It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wished to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And, if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. Oh, this would absolutely get you thrown out of court. Like, yes, I'm going to show this to the jurors, but I'm not submitting it into evidence. No. But they've seen it now, it's in their minds. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. Hold it. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Yes, I do declare, the great detective's investigation sounds absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints.
Oh. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait, you heard his lordship. It's not fair dinkum evidence.
I should be giving him more of an Australian accent, because he does... His name is Bruce, and he uses Australian slang, and I believe in the previous game, he actually mentions that he was part of, like, the Australian gold rush. And that's how he got rich. So I guess I should be making him sound more Aussie. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Mr. Sato, but I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Why, Mr. Shamspeare, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it. Very well. Continue, counsel. I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. All the evidence, you say? That's right. There's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to that Japanese man with the big moustache. Says the Englishman with the bigger moustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints? It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique, developed by the great detective himself. But not so great that it continued into the modern day. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that. I won't deny it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides... Yes? Even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make a very valid point, sir. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait. Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? It's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Let me check the court record. Secondhand book receipt, nearby street map, torn off envelope. Pair of teacups, crime scene photograph. There's a box that he could have stood on, but that doesn't give us much. Ingestion of small quantity of strychnine. High likelihood. Mixed with tea. 130 on that. Assessed from victim's pocket watch, which appears to have broken when... Okay. It's on the wall. I don't know if I have any other evidence right now. Because I was thinking, like, Mr. Garida mentioned lights flickering and whatnot, but I don't have any evidence that shows when the lights flickered. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamspeare really did blow the gas pipe on the night in question? What if I say I have supporting testimony and I call Mr. Garadem to the stand, saying that to get him to say that the lights did flicker? No, in truth, I don't have any evidence to support my theory. However, thank you for the Redeems raccoon. Scratch. Yeah. There is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? This is incredible. Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garadeb residence that night. Namely, Mr. John Garadeb himself.
Take that!
Well, Mr. Foreman, does that convince you? Phew, I don't think he was listening. Rest assured, Counsel, I can't let such... I was wrong. Ugh, I thought I got away with it. A witness who spoke about gas on the night in question. Yes, there was someone. Mr. Miedemann? I guess because I guess because Mr. Garadeb hasn't been on the stand, we can't say like, oh, he had testimony, but no, he just said something. It's not testimony. But Mr. Miedemann would probably be able to testify regarding. Or it's either Mr. Miedemann or Mr. Natsume. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. I really can't just get to the point where I present things. I'm gonna go with Mr. Miedemann. If it's not Mr. Miedemann, then it's Mr. Natsume to say like, oh yeah, his stove went out during the night. I guess because Mr. Garadeb didn't see the lights go out, he just saw them flicker. So let's go with Mr. Miedemann to see if that works.
Take that!
I got it wrong again. Okay, so then it's probably Mr. Natsume because he recalled the gas stove going out during the night. Come on. They really make you go through all of this if you get it wrong, huh? They can't just, like, okay, give me another chance, let me go right to it. Come on. They put so much dialogue in this. I have supporting testimony, and it's Mr. Natsume. My third option. It is... Where is he? Soseki Natsume. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out, so I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly. So that Shamspeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose? Now hold your horses here. What would he do that for? He's looking awfully suspicious right now. Mr. Foreman. What the? What is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed while this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet, however. You must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye. Ah! Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost. That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with the majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now call guilty, 4 now call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shamspeare.
My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee?
What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination?
So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tiny mess all over the wall there. How'd you explain that, eh?
Just throw your wine into the crowd.
I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already, juror number 5.
Who, me?
As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Me trying to catch the wine but only getting glass. Oh no.
Objection.
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just to order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there...
Objection.
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of the tea were required. Yes? Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison had been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. I didn't think of that. In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could have possibly motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? There's only one possibility that I can think of. And that is... to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Order! Order! Counsel, precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of Soseki Natsume. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live round those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I could tell you trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end. Outrageous! I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder! Good gracious! I feel smart for having figured this out, even though this is only the second case in the game. The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely,
that the accused is the aggressor here.
What? How can you still claim that?
Let us indulge our fancies for a moment and assume there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there?
Who did put it there?
The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs?
You mean to suggest...
Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known.
What?
In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was clearly a retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Whatever Mr. William Shamspeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated the attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? Sorry, I just got a message from my work. I'll need to look at that later.
See, that animation's real funny, but also when it cuts to the shot at the side, you can see that the wall is way further back. How do you manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain an advantage. Why do you look so happy when you say that? What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean, name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. Just in case. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison... The poison! What if? It's all pointing to a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? Oh, don't you worry. We know exactly what... If this is going where I think it's going, there is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not?
This farce has gone on for so long already. I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? Okay, so we know that former criminal Selden was staying in Mr. Natsume's room and likely hid his stash of stolen goods there. We also know that when Mr. Shamspeare first came to Mr. Garadeb's home, he specifically requested to use the room that was previously held by Mr. Selden. But that room was currently being used by Duncan Ross instead. Duncan Ross died of gas poisoning, and we now know that William Shamspeare was trying to kill Mr. Natsume through gas poisoning. So it's likely that Mr. Shamspeare was responsible for Duncan Ross's death. And who was Duncan Ross romantically involved with, who tried to kill herself using poison? The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. I feel smart as hell! Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need remind the court that Mr. Shamspeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital, unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison? And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The envelope! The other part of the envelope was in the room. The defense requests that she be brought to this witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamspeare. My lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. You were speaking to her while you were both in the hospital. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her, at least not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. And then we're probably going to get to speak to Sholmes during the recess, and he's going to be like, oh yeah, by the way, the poison was strychnine. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole suspect of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. Oh, this is so cool. I just love... See, like, games like this, shit's way more complicated than real-life trials. But it's so cool seeing how all this shit comes together. Why do you think I've been trying to write a mystery novel? I love trying to have it all come together like that. Have I succeeded? Remains to be seen. Some of them are more obvious than they probably should be, but... in any case... $11:32 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Joyful, jubilant jumping jacks! Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquiress. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I am innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, dear fellows. Ah, Herlock Sholmes. May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it is very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I rise early to be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh, yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why time after time do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me all at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. I feel called out. I woke up at 4:30 this morning. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah. Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty. But such inconveniences do not hinder Holmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine! Bam! So, I was right. Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. A bottle found in the possession of Miss Green with traces of the slow-acting poison strychnine inside. Could I have a word? Who's this? Oh, it's Gregson. Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it. Excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. he brought his chips out. I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the looks on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please, speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room? Making me hungry, Inspector. It's almost lunchtime for me. Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room? A man by the name of I.S. Selden. Which, for some reason, we just don't get to learn his full name. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that, well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector, what? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. Capital offender's file has been entered into the court record. Scotland Yard's file about the convicted criminal Selden that includes the newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison. These documents... Let me read them. "18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder, Jesus Christ, died of natural causes whilst in prison, his final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester Strangeways Prison announced the death of convicted burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out." These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court records so we don't have duplicate information. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? So I'm guessing the important detail here is probably either the suspected murder, the fact that his stuff hasn't been recovered and is likely still in the room, and the fact that his final moments were only witnessed... Was Shamspeare in prison? And he witnessed Selden's final moments. So Selden... Right, because he showed up... He showed up at Mr. Garadab's right after Selden died. So he probably found out from Selden where the loot is stashed. And so he immediately came to Mr. Garadab's after getting out of prison and being like, hey... Let me into that room. I want to stay there. Okay. Understandable. I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond at its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Fair. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Moustache in floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes, Mr. Natsume? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is going to be the final battle. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ionosuke. You have to. Here's the thing. I don't know how long this segment is going to be. It's probably going to be longer than the 10 minutes before my usual lunchtime. But also, there's still 10 minutes before I'd normally end the stream. I'm thinking what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw to BRB real quick. Take a quick toilet break. And then we'll come back and we'll finish the case. Because I get the feeling I can probably finish it today. And then next time I stream this game, we can start case 3. Alright? I'm going to flip to the BRB screen. It's probably going to have some text on it that I'll need to edit. But I will be right back. Never mind, there is no text. Perfect timing. I got back right as the BGM was hitting its loop point. Anyway, let's continue. Longer stream today, I guess. But I mean, it's fine. I mean, the whole point of me streaming today is like I'm making up for all the streams I missed earlier in the year. So I guess doing a longer stream kind of fits. Anyway, back to the courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Welcome back. Thank you, Raccoon. I feel a sneeze coming on, but it's not coming out. Okay, we'll just continue, I guess. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from the dubious eastern shores. Oh, to make it clear, because it's been a while since we played this game, this case takes place between the 4th and 5th case of the first game, and as a result is only Naruhodo's 3rd case since arriving in Britain, which is why he's being treated as an amateur. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the Honourable British Prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Seeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. Why is she painting? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. My nose is being garbage today. William Shamspeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no, not a fledgling. Really, a hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie. I don't know what that means. Mr. Shamspeare. My lord, I am thy humble servant. I am afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green. Yes? How the turn's tabled. You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And, do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly, pea-pigmented personage. Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garadab household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, thoroughly through no fault of my own. And now I am under suspicion? I know I'm giving her an accent now when I didn't give her one before, but oh well. This takes place in Britain. I'm allowed to do British accents. What irrelevant thing might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodging is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally about exactly what happened. Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that, or... Oh, and then I stopped giving her an accent again. Not surprised by a random stabbing happening in England. For those who haven't played the first game, I'm going to spoil it because it's bringing it up. As it turns out, she was not deliberately stabbed. Rather, Mr. Garadeb, who we saw earlier, got into a fight with his wife, Mrs. Garadeb, and she threw a knife at him. The knife went through the window and landed in Miss Green's back when she bent over to pick up her books that she'd dropped. Which was kind of wild, even for Ace Attorney standards. The fact that there was like no deliberate culprit is just knife flew out over. Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare. Eh? But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. She's like, no luck at all. Let us proceed then, witness. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. On the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road, the evening of the 17th of February. Witness testimony, the evening of 17th February. It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened... I don't think you should be pushing your paintbrush against your cheek like that. Coincidentally, it just happened to be... It happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve which thou speakst. At the tavern? Oh wait, we don't have the letter. Fuck. We can't present it. So he was probably at the tavern to meet with Miss Green. Because he's the one who killed her boyfriend, right? Her fiance. So he's probably the one who sent her the letter. So maybe, like, she found out where he lived, snuck in and, like, put the poison there, and then went off to meet him, and then that's when she got stabbed. I was at the tavern on the eve which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. I'm gonna press him on the tavern thing to see if she reacts. Yes, a second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume that this is a most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare. 'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Marry, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine. When Saseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I feel certain of it, and this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord.
Okay, so I'll probably need to press everything, but I'm gonna start by pressing Shamspeare just to see. I guess they gave her her painting supplies just so that she can have more animations while she's at the stand.
Hold it!
A tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. The Slug and Salad, huh? Isn't that where she was supposed to meet? And a little unexpected, I feel. Hmm? What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. I would have expected Grub's grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? And she has not reacted at all. How different can water really be? Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation? A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment? Agreed. The fact on that day of all days he dined at a place he normally wouldn't, it does stand out. So Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. Not at the moment. We need to get the letter out of her. Wish we did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment. If we find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamspeare went there, we must present it to the court. Yes, absolutely. If that is all on this matter, Counsel, I would ask Miss Green to reiterate her next statement. So I think we press Miss Green on her little matter to attend to, and hopefully that should get us the letter.
Hold it!
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It was nothing really, it's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. From memory, I believe that card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. What does that matter? It has nothing to do with Duncan.
Excuse me.
Well now. Mr. Shamspeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's words springeth from within me with ne'er thought. Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Well. Nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though, Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly, nay. Lodging be a lonely companion, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Miss Green. Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before, containing the note. Do you have it upon your person? I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. I'm a neighbor like that, just no interactions at all. Same!
Like, y'all don't need to know me. I keep to myself and you keep to yourself. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Here we go. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspeare and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross. Once we finish this case, I'm going to have to look up what the pun in Duncan Ross's name is. Now, please continue with your continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. I want to. It's either gonna be a Sherlock Holmes reference, or it's gonna be something to do with painting. Oh, does he have the surname the surname Ross because of Bob Ross? Is that the joke we're going for here? Also, I'm not going to present it. I just want to look at it. The envelope has been ripped over. I was wanting to read it. Ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah, what is it? The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen the exact shape somewhere else. Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. Oh, so we can do that here. They go perfectly together. The torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs to this card. There we go. Though the envelope seems to have been ripped open rather thoroughly, the envelope fits perfectly with a torn off piece found at the scene of the crime. There we go. We have updates there. But I would also like to be able to read the note. Okay. I was hoping to be able to read the note because it said... So I guess we're just supposed to remember what it, where it said to go. Being a Bob Ross parody would fit. Oh, is Duncan the name of another artist then? I don't know enough about art. Maybe there's another famous artist with the name Duncan.
Hold it!
Tavern, slug and salad. Slug and salad. Ew. Yeah. Keep going. It does stand out. I would like to present the note and hope that it just counts what's on the note even though I'm not allowed to check it. Yes, sire. On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest. Very well, I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely...
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. It's interesting that they just force you to, like, remember it. They don't try and... They don't let you check it again. Though, to be fair, wouldn't be the first time Ace Attorney has done something like that. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing. are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspeare? Well... Excuse me, can I say something? Yes, Miss Green? That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well, then. You may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note.
Is this where I show the thing? The note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man here next to me. Are you sure about that?
Objection.
I'm ahead of the game. The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. Upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's a torn off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? It just so happens that it fits together with the envelope of the note. He wasn't calling her out. She was calling him out. She tried to get him out of the... She tried to get him out of his apartment so she could sneak in and coat his thing with poison. And then she took the note with her to try and hide the fact that she'd been there. But she left the end of the envelope. Holy shit. There's more to it than I thought. And it just so happens it fits perfectly together with the end of the envelope you received. Where did you find that? In Mr. Shamspeare's room. Eh? In my room? So these guys are both criminals. Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. I can see why she'd want to poison him, yeah. I mean, he did kill her fiancé. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green? What did I do? As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, this note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. How is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it. Oh, her breakdown's absolutely going to involve her revealing what she's been painting this whole time. You did... Sorry? Thou hast what? You broke... I mean, thou were in my room? He's slipping. What on earth do you want with me?
It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Miss Green.
Yes?
Whilst thou have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be given false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished.
I am taking a screenshot of that Because, no. Ace Attorney witnesses give false testimony all the fucking time and nothing ever happens. Please bear that in mind. Biggest lie. Yes, I know. Oh, speaking of, there's a similar line in another game. Let me see if I can find it. I took a screenshot at some point. Biggest lie. Yes. I tweeted this out at some point, saying this is the biggest lie ever told in the Ace Attorney series. And it is. There's too many clicks to get there. It is this. Mr. Filch! Shame on you, Mr. Filch. Perjury is a serious crime, you know. No, it's fucking not. Everyone gets away with it. Literally every fucking witness lies on the stand. Well, not literally, but almost every witness. Very well then, witnesses. You will be given you will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. See, the thing is, she's lying because she doesn't want to get caught for trying to kill Mr. Shamspeare. Mr. Shamspeare's probably caught on to the fact that she tried to kill him, but he's still lying as well because he doesn't want to get caught for the murder of Duncan Ross. So he has to play along with his would-be murderer. I do remember now, 'twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. As for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. Okay, now I don't know what to present, so I'm going to have to press. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare? Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon my table in my humble lodgings. Yet 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was... A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon? I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address, and besides... We all know who the liar around here is. If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I don't see why I should explain. I'm sorry. Sorry? I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel? I'm ready, my lord. Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspeare's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one. It certainly isn't. But I don't know what to present, so I will press everything. I do remember now, 'twas a week ago peradventure that the note was delivered unto me. And can you shed any light onto the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine known, verily it is impenetrable. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbour, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, if the choices were twixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated. On the day therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. So even after waiting an hour, nobody appeared? Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really? Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? I was not alone that night. At the Slug and Salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to an almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sir, flies! Good lord. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a Midsummer Night's Dream, come to taunt me? I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me? No. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts ne'er occur my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared some time in that interval. Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly, then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's room. Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madame. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dearie me. What's Lord Van Zieks getting at? I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that would have happened except except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could only have come into the possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet, there is no obvious reasons why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though? Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo. We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. Do I present the strychnine? I can point out the villain here. As for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. I'm going to save just in case. But I would like to try. Because we do have the strychnine. Like, why would I? Well, to poison him.
Objection!
The music stopped. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spill during the course of our meeting, spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare. Ah! Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. Oh look, someone's playing Fortnite. Can this be? You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie. Me! Oh no! Her easel. How are those paintbrushes not falling out of her pockets? Order, order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening, on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Van Zeeks. And of course, the following morning there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address. More activity? Ah, yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder? That's right. As the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. In his intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. Oh, I love how it all comes together. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary! She's standing on a box. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear: to ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Hot damn. Order, order. What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this. You'll share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? Duncan Ross. Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadub's, someone else was renting the room, Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague... Ah, of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claim was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Ah! Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curates, deaths, that's all people care about. If it's an interesting story they want to know, it doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. Just calling out the true crime genre. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean, Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry! Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder?
Deep breath.
Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded.
What?
Why would Mr. Shamspeare have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
I have the details.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance.
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green, I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear some poison on the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry? You're right, I suspected him. I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. That fucking cape flapping around in the background. Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of woman. But in any case, wherever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. That whole place has fallen apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some turps and a piece of wire. Oh awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman.
We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it I discovered a secret hiding place.
Eh?
Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes, well the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it?
Yes. This rather nice key.
Ah! What are you doing with that?
What the? That's the key to the stash. Every ounce of color is drained from his face. His face didn't have much color to begin with, to be fair. Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine! I inherited it!
What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it?
No, What's all this about? He inherited that key? It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back this minute! Give it to me! Calm yourself, witness.
So Mr. Shamspeare has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspeare, at first. But considering everything we know now, I think there is actually something that could explain it.
What?
I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all these events. It's Selden's stash.
In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court to support your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspeare's alleged crimes? Capital Offenders File.
Take that!
I pointed. You couldn't see it, but I pointed. That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get a hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum £1,000 of loot that he stole, which as of yet remains to be found. Ah yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here. £1,000 lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. You mean this key is... Mr. Shamspeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge! The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So, it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garrideb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been let to someone else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching to the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume? The defendant of this case, no less. So you decided to pull the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the £1,000 of loot left behind by the dead convict. Breakdown time? Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to... Oh, looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch my neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here. This is the key to it. Take it. How do you get the key into prison? Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare. How did they not, like, search him before he was taken to prison and, like, take the key? It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Mr. Shamspeare? It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, if for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close, I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. Then we'll just have to prove it. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No! He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. We do? Hold on. I need to check. Secondhand books. Street map. Torn off envelope, bar of soap, pair of teacups, crime scene photograph. Victim's medical report, gas meter, handprints, hidden photograph. Bottle of poison. I don't know what he's referring to. I hope the way he explains it ends up clearing things up. Also, this went longer than I thought it would, but oh well, I want to finish this today. Or rather, I think we may have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. Do we? My lord? Yes, counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue to its whereabouts. He's dancing. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it's the skin prints, isn't it? Very well then, counsel, let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's haul? The skin print seeker gun.
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation on the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great Bard ought to recognize such a title when one hears one. Mr. Shamspeare. They outright call out the pun. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of the most ridiculous title. Ah, 'tis Herlock Sholmes himself. What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since we last met. Mr. Sholmes? He does know Lord Van Zeeks, then. Well enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us uncover vital clues in this case already. Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make it an indicator solution. In your case, sir, we used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. Now, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living on what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that was hidden in his room. What form will the sample take? Present a person? Wait, do we get the sample from Shamspeare himself? Because I don't think any of our evidence would have been touched by him. The key! We present a person and present Miss Green because she's holding the key. We'll need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of someone listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? It's olive green. Miss Green. Me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we needed. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker and find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Ah! Mr. Shamspeare? As one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. Call it being skin print. It being called skin print sounds weird in a way, yeah. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamspeare. No! No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt! Whoa! Oh, sham full of spear, despair! Be thy name! He's been shot down. So what was the point of Olive's painting then? She didn't get a break. Was it just so that it could fall on top of her when she collapses? I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's stolen haul of goods? Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Garadeb really has a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing. Then 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. It's interesting that we're going through like the sad confession scene with someone who isn't even the culprit of the case we were investigating. He was the culprit of something else. William Shamspeare? How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Are we going to get Olive's confession as well? Because technically she still hasn't... Oh, there we go. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. I say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. The spare room's at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we'd graduated before we told our parents, remember? But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. So I was right that it was a gas leak. I was wrong that it was an accident. Gas leaks were involved, but it was deliberate gas leaks. If only I'd known it was going to happen. I'd have insisted he left that terrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school. But something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grubb's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. That place is cursed, I tell you! Cursed! The ghost of that convict that used to live there, trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered. A rumor I had heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Ah, you mean...
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems. About how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in East End.
A black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them. And you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out, one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder?
And you and your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait.
If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done.
But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare. Then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 PM on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough, so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. At the time, praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. At the time, praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts.
Wait, is dessert? That didn't say desserts, did it? I need to wait until I can check the history. I'm pretty sure that said just deserts. "3 days ago, this woman had her just deserts." Because desserts is spelled with 2 S's, right? Yes. "3 days ago, when you first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward."
Yes, my lord.
"I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we would subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It's been a long road, my Nipponese friend."
Oh, yes. and one I certainly didn't envision walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green.
Yes, my lord?
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Duncan Ross in cold blood. And the subsequent attempted murder of Soseki Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle, I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green.
Oh,
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
yeah, you only get an attempted murder charge instead of a murder charge. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Soseki Natsume,
Yes, my lord.
the court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant
Not guilty. Yay! Fireworks in the courtroom.
Court is adjourned.
February 3:24 p.m. Defendant's antechamber. Oh, yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done.
Divine justice?
My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that moustache. That is so rude. No, this has nothing to do with my moustache. Yippee. Some say that a luxuriant moustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Shom. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Once again, you've saved me from doom. I'm very happy to have been able to help Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection from English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
But a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did, and I've seen more life this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I've finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Just when we'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. Oh, I know, that does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? How wonderful. Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? Well, that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. That's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. My goodness, yes, faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. Man, we were feeling all good about this. But that's not why I'm leaving! I made it! Objection! And that was the case we found ourselves embroiled with 6 months ago now. So Seki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar, and barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well, on the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Are we going to see that, or is that... Oh, yep, we're here. Mr. Natsume's room. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you to uncover the secret hiding place in just one day. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Gregson is not happy. I gotta go have lunch. Gregson's making me hungry. Gregsy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then. if you're ready, let's examine the late burglar's haul. What the? What is that? There's blood on it. Looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. A collar? It's huge though. And look at the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains. You don't think they could be bloods? They could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Then, of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown. What does it signify, you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been? That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face. No, it hasn't. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? It could be valuable evidence, after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, now, and hand it over, now. I'd never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me. At least, not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood? How long does this go on for? We finished the case. Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. And you look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis for this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I presume? The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the moustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait. A word, please, Iris. Yes? What is it, Hurley? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case. Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Yes. Well now.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
Suddenly voice acting.
Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Oh no. End. There we go. I was like, where is it? Where's the end screen? There it is. Key of knowledge awarded. We will, in fact, save. Over here. Yes. Okay. Now, next time we will get into the return of the great departed soul. But for now, we've gone far longer than I thought we were going to. I could have saved this for a for a later stream, but oh well. That's the thing with Ace Attorney.
You never know how long it's going to take. I've seen the same thing with people who Let's Play it. It's like, oh, do I stop the episode here? Do I keep going? In the end, no one knows the right time to stop. But thank you for watching. Thank you for joining me on this revisit of The Great Ace Attorney. I'm looking forward to seeing what else we have in store. So far I'm liking The Great Ace Attorney 2 more than I did the original. Because the original felt very compressed and small, and I was sort of like, if it wasn't for the fact that it came bundled with the second game, I probably would have been disappointed, because it felt much smaller than a regular Ace Attorney game. But regardless, I need to raid someone and then go have lunch. So let's have a look at who's online. I am hungry. A lot of people online, but not a lot of people that I speak to often. Unfortunately, Miko has already ended. Which bothered she ended so early, right? Just playing Elden Ring. What do you mean you're ending early? Oh, there's someone doing a donathon. We'll raid into them. I'm gonna raid Leishroom, who is currently doing a donathon and is playing the game Blade Song. I have no idea what that means or what it's all about. But if you would like to join the raid, here are the raid messages. See you next time. I will see you next time as well if you are here. Don't feel compelled like you have to show up. It's all good. It's all good. You can do what you want. You don't have to be. Oh, I forgot to mention, my next stream will probably be on Friday. Probably. Tomorrow I'm going to be studying for my exam, and Thursday I have an exam to take. So I won't be streaming either of those days. I'll probably be back on Friday, unless I just sleep incredibly poorly and I'm like, no, save it for the weekend. We'll see. We'll see. Keep an eye on the Twitter or whatever. Good luck on the exam. Thank you. Anyway, thanks for watching. Otsukame. Bye bye and scene.